Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Marcus Pye in the commentary box. Just to thank you for your forbearance after the incident this morning. The good news is that we will be able to continue now following the Marshal's lunch break, which was brought forward. We have one more qualification session to go, one of the modified forward sessions, and then we will go into racing. So at that point, we'll do that. There'll be a live stream on as well. For those of you who have access to devices, and we will talk you through what promises to be a really interesting afternoon of racing. 6 races today, and then a further 13 tomorrow, I think, and it's all part of this splendid Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Festival here at Mallory Park, home of motorsport in the Midlands.
Hello everyone, and welcome. Day of race 5 underway for their qualifying to proceeding B. With the ST 150cc not just Fiestas involved with classic Formula 4 500 tin tops silhouette today here all S tube.
That's the conclusion of the qualifying session for the modified Fords Group 2 set, and now we are about to go into racing for the first time of this Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival. It will be the CMMC Tin Tops and Super Saloons with WRDA, and a grid is forming currently in the assembly area beneath me. I'm Marcus Pye up in the commentary box, and we also are going out on live stream. The programme for today, and there is a printed programme available, certainly in the office. It's a £3 cover price and well worth that. We'll guide you through the programme for today. We have 6 races, Tin Tops and Super Saloons coming out with the Welsh Sports Saloon Car Championship shortly. Then we have a modified Ford Series race, which everything goes, and then Northern Saloons and sports cars. Intermingled with these, qualification sessions for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, hotly contested session there. Page Engineering Classic Pre-99 Ford Formula Ford Championship. Our next race will be the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Tin Tops and Super Saloons, WRCCs again, coming out later in the afternoon, followed by qualification for the Vinyl Detail Ford Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and then 2 more races, the 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship for the Formula 3 cars of around 1948 through to the end of the 1950s, and then to complete the afternoon sport modified Fords Series Race 2. Tomorrow we've got a couple of free practice sessions, and then we've got the CMMC Intermark Silhouette Series Welsh Sports Saloon Car Championship qualifying, and we kick off racing once the 3 qualifying, some practice and qualifying sessions are out of the way. We've got BRSCC Fiesta Juniors out racing. Then we've got the Formula Fords, followed by the Intermarks Silhouette Series with the Welsh editions, and the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge. And then we'll restart at 1:40 tomorrow afternoon with Fiesta Juniors, 500s, Modified Fords, Formula Fords, Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship, Intermark Silhouettes, Fiesta ST150s, Modified Fords again, and then the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship running solo at the end of the day. It's truly a fine example of kind of old school club motorsport at Mallory Park, which since 1956 has been a really great place to come and race. It all looks deceptively simple with the lap of the lake. It used to be just the oval circuit round the lake, then the addition of the loop up to Shaw's Hairpin. But I can assure you that it's actually a very, very complicated place to drive quickly. We've got the long, sweeping right-handed Gerrard's Bend, which is the first corner after the start. Seems almost never-ending. Then they go on to the Steb Straight down the back to the S's, and then up to Shaw's, and then you've got this extraordinary Devil's Elbow, the left-handed downhill sweeper, sort of slightly off camber as well, which is quite tricky depending on where you are on the track. And yeah, it's a tough 1.35 miles, and because there are effectively only kind of 4 corners on it, it's actually very easy to lose time and difficult to maintain that optimum performance. Before the cars come out and give you the first grid of the day, just a reminder that the Lakeside Diner and Bar is open. as is the coffee bar in the rotunda in the paddock, the raised building just on kind of the exit of Devil's Elbow. I think further up, I think in the spectator area, also on the inside, or sort of the outside of the circuit, but adjacent to Devil's Elbow, there's a coffee bar, and there's also a refreshment caravan down by the footbridge over the circuit. So plenty of choice of catering. Had a great breakfast this morning in the lakeside, and it's another part of the enjoyment of coming to Mallory Park, which I have to say is looking in fine fettle. Not too many car meetings, a handful of car meetings at Mallory during the year, but going back later in the season with the Vintage Sports Car Club in August and the Historic Sports Car Club making its return as a local meeting. That will be in September. You can also back with the 750 Motor Club at some point as well, which is great. So I'm coming from the south coast to Mallory Park 3 or 4 times in the season, believe me. It's a place I've really enjoyed coming to, having first been in the 1970s. Came to watch racing here in the 70s and competed myself here in the 1980s, so 82, when the circuit was bought out at the end of the season by Chris Meek and kept alive when it looked like its future was none too certain. But thancfully, it's still a very active circuit, particularly with the bike fraternity. And of course, being in this kind of amphitheatre where you can see a great deal of the circuit, it makes it a very attractive place to come to watch. I hope that some of you are watching also on the live stream from home, and pretty certain it's available over a YouTube channel. I think if you tap in CMMC Mallory Park, you should be able to get to it. I've got a complicated sign-up code, but you can get it if you're savvy with your tablets and devices, phones. And I hope that watching at home among the faithful will be our legendary colleague Dave Vass, who marshalled since the 1960s and not feeling too well, otherwise he would have been here. So our thoughts with you, Dave, and I look forward to seeing you hopefully at the next Mallory Park car events later in this season. So we're going to go into racing with the CMMC Tin Tops and Super Saloons. They are out first, and that race is over a 15-minute duration, and we've got a really good mix of rapid Fords at the top of the grid. Got Rod Burley, who's been racing since the very early 70s, and he is out with his turbocharged Ford Escort WRC, black car with the blue stripe over the roof. He's gone round in a 51.375 seconds to put the car on pole. That's an average speed of 94.59 miles an hour. And alongside him, number 44 will be, alongside him will be 27, Martin Reynolds, with his Ford Escort, or one of his fleet of Ford Escorts. This is a car that is sprung from a collection in Scotland, and that's got a 2.5 litre naturally aspirated engine. That's the white and yellow familiar Martin Reynolds livery, number 27. Will sit on the outside of the front row. The second row will be Colin Claxton with his kind of Castrol look-alike sort of tribute livery car. Again, a turbocharged car, 2-litre car, this one. And then we've got 132, which is Adrian Matthews in the Volvo. It's a Volvo C30. and it's red with kind of parakeet green detailing on it. And under the skin of a Volvo, it's mainly Ford running gear. That's how the company had evolved by that stage. And this is a car we've seen out with the CSCC over the years, and it's had a few successes there. The next row, 134, which is Lee Clear with the black Audi. It's an Audi TT. That's an 1800 turbocharged car. Alongside him will be number 29, which is Rick Skelsey with his BMW 325 Ti compact 2.5 litre car. It's a kind of dark blue colour. The fourth row should be 7, Ian Seal with his Ford Fiesta ST150, and number 2, which is Mike Cook, BMW 330 3 litre car, and behind them 88 is Andrew Williams with the Mazda RX-8 with its rotary engine, only equivalent to 1308cc, but it's high revving rotaries. And then 144, which is Ken Hunt with the 3 litre VW Golf GTI, so it's an engine transplant in that one. The last 3 runners are 99, Russell Haggerty with the Ford car, which is a 1600 car, it's orange. Then 53, Castle Coombe regular Verity Banks, Renault Clio, which is the silver and yellow example. And number 858, which is Paul Endicott with his Ford car, which is in a black livery. So out front, Rob Burley on pole. Many 100 race victories on his CV. I'm sure that he's forgotten exactly how many runs to hundreds. So he's been competing pretty much every year for more than 50 years. He's based down in Brands Hatch. Ford Escort WRC, as he calls it, is very, very potent tool. 51.375 seconds is his best. 27 Martin Reynolds from down the market in Norfolk. He has gone around the 52.649, which is a very good effort. In the early Escort, 1.274 seconds adrift of Burley. Colin Claxton, a 54 flat, 54.066. With Adrian Matthews in the Volvo and Leo Clear with the Audi absolutely on his tail in the 54s, and the cars lining up behind the pace car down underneath me. I'm in the main control tower on the top floor and have a bird's eye view of the action. So we're going to get kicked off any minute for this first race of the day. Reynolds with his Martin Reynolds Construction, Cannon Millington Escort, the Valvoline stickers on the bonnet. That's an Escort Mark II. So you've got a late model Escort WRC, the Escort Mark II, then the Escort Mark I on row 2 in the familiar Castrol livery. Board given. Martin Reynolds closes his door and will be underway very shortly for 15 minutes of action. There goes the safety car. Set off at quite a lick. The green flag is given. Martin Reynolds loads rubber which is one way of. And they all set off. For blues and tin tops contest, which we have a variety of lining up too. Around the 1.35 mile circuit they will go, and 3 Fords, and then the Ford kind of disguised as a Volvo, if you like. It's badged Volvo, but the underpinnings are Ford, as a Duratec engine from memory. Then the Audi TT, quite collectible now. The little TTs seems to sort of be a fairly timeless concept of car, German manufacturer. You still see some of the early Mark 1s around, but there's a Racing Series 4 now. Very popular. So the Jaguar pace car peels off at the Devil's Elbow. It is down to poleman Rod Burley to keep the order. He's going to squirt on the throttle as he crosses the line, and away they go. And in fact, it's Martin Reynolds who gets his nose ahead, going down into Gerrard's for the first time, and it's Reynolds in the white and yellow car with the Valvoline, big Valvoline oil V on the bonnet, who streaked off in this car, which is added to his fleet recently. He's got a lovely collection of Fords, but look at Burley in the turbo car, pegging him in down the back straight. Down they go, past the Edwina chicane, named after Edwina, over in a flash of flame from the flank of the Escort turbo in second place. Claxton is third, Matthews in the Volvo is fourth, and the rest stream through. They'll be laterally fairly quickly into this race, I'm absolutely sure. And as they come back into my sight, it is for the first time going to be Martin Reynolds who has that advantage. Down in the midfield, see the BMW Compact is doing its stuff there, which is Scelsey in 29, up ahead of Clear in the Audi. Down the step straight they go. Into the S's, pretty complicated. It's all about getting exit speed, carrying speed through that first apex of the S, and then charging up towards Shaw's hairpin, where they now go for the second time. To the hairpin they go, then round the hairpin, and get the sense that Rod Burley has just got the tyres warm on the turbo car, and is now hounding our leader Martin Reynolds down. That is 2 laps in, still 13 minutes to go, and Rod Burley very relaxed in second place. The Mark II Escort, such an attractively turned out livery car this. I think Mark II just looks so right on track with those nice arches. He charges up into the hairpin, and he'll be lapping by that lap 4, I would think. Belcher Flame from Claxton's Castrol livery Mark 1 Escort Turbo to leave our sight, and the Scelsey and Clear battle, the BMW, the German battle, effectively the BMW and the Audi getting together now. So that's 3 laps down. Burley stalking Reynolds down. There's Claxton having a lonely race in third. Fourth is the Volvo. It's Demon Tweaks badge on the side. That's the Mutual family's remarkable one-stop motorsport shop. Originated up near Alton Park in Cheshire, in an old smithy in Tattenham. But these days a mighty emporium. Lapping pretty soon as the penultimate car comes through. That's Verity Banks. In fact, they are lapping. Verity Banks is clear with the next one to be lapped, and that's 4 laps down. More flame from the turbo car of Ron Burley. Colin Claxton is in 3rd place. He is already way behind the rest. The 2 is the BMW of Mike Cook. It's a BMW 330. That's engaged in a bit of a battle down the order. But leaders back towards us. They both disappeared off the timing stream last time round, which is very strange. But I think the timing somehow timed out. We'll try and reboot that. Back in again. Keep an eye open for them. Now the Audi's in trouble. The Fountainier's Audi of Le Clio has broken, and it's for some reason we're seeing on our screens, we're seeing Reynolds and Burley running 7th and 8th place. But there they go. I assure you they've covered more ground than anybody else. We're now down to 9 3/4 minutes, and the battle for the lead is intensifying as Rod Burley closes in on Martin Reynolds. Martin Reynolds hurtles off Gerrard's onto the straight, and here comes Burley winding up the Escort WRC with that very distinctive tail-mounted wing, and it's getting tighter up at the front as they continue to circulate very rapidly. Back towards us very soon. The Mazda RX-8 is there, number 88. Leader's got a couple of cars to that, and they'll be catching those cars as they come off Gerrard's corner. Name for Bob Gerrard, Mr. Bob, the Leicester racer of yore. Reynolds goes past one of those cars and the second one. Rod Burley only gets the first on the way into the S's, gets the second coming out. So it was advantage Martin Reynolds on this occasion. On the screen, bizarrely, we still see the race is being led by Verity Banks in the Renault Clio, number 53. Not how we're seeing it on in front of us, but they charge down into Gerrard's again, and still that order remains. Certainly enjoying his time out front, but the speed of the turbo car in his wake is quite extraordinary, coming down towards the S's. Probably pulling somewhere around 130 miles an hour, I would think, is quite probable. I'll check with their data loggers, I'm sure they've got them on board. And Reynolds comes down the inside, puts a wheel on the grass there, coming through the Devil's Elbow that time, as they square up to the little Fiesta, that is, the field that's in Ian Seal, sorry, he's closing on him. And leaders 1 and 2, they're absolutely nose to tail now as they come down to lap Seal in the Fiesta. Up they sizzle towards Shaw's hairpin. Very tight right-hander. back with us any moment. There's a bit of a battle ahead of them. There are 3 or 4 cars, including the two cars to be lapped. And interestingly, Martin Reynolds made the best of that at the hairpin. He's managed to pull some time, and he squeezed past Verity Banks' Clio into Gerrard's. He now goes round the black car, which is Paul. Is that the Endicott? I think it is. It is Paul Endicott. And now they come up to the orange car, which is Haggerty, and they go shooting past into the braking area for the S. It's getting really busy up front now, and third and fourth, Claxton now being caught by Adrian Matthews in this very interesting Volvo C30. But out front, we've got Reynolds and Burley. Here they come. We're down to 5.5 minutes, and Reynolds moves down to the right-hand side as Burley goes outside him down in towards Gerrard's. There's a car to be lapped, and they're going to catch that in the middle to the end of Gerrard's. They're through. And this is where the turbocharged Ford Escort, with its prodigious power output, is looking very, very strong down that steep straight. To the head they go. We've had over 10 minutes of the 15. And they come through once again. This time Burley's on the outside. Is there room? There probably isn't. He ducks back to the left down towards Gerrard's, and Martin Reynolds holds that to the centre, kind of dominates the position on the track. There was no way for Burley to get through on either side. This is where he'll do it if he does it at all, and he sneaks up the outside. He gets his nose ahead, and turbo power trumps Atmo as they come into the S's, and with just over 4 minutes remaining, Ron Burley asserts his WRC ahead of the Mark II of Martin Reynolds. So Ron Burley from down near Brands Hatch, and Martin Reynolds from up near Snetterton. They continue to tussle out front in this race. Adrian Matthews is still trying to home in on Colin Claxton in the Escort for third place. We do finally have Burley and Reynolds back at the head. They've covered 13 laps each. There was barely a second between them at that point. Screaming rotary Mazda's gone through. And still Adrian Matthews trying to close down Colin Claxton. Leader Burley accelerates hard off the Devil's Elbow. The Claxton-Matthews battle for third is getting tighter, with Matthews managing to scoot past Russell Haggerty in the orange Ford car, going down into the S's. Just about get the leaders getting quite close to the third and fourth place cars as the race goes on. Here we go. This is the battle for third place, 86, which is Colin Claxton, just hanging on ahead of fourth places. Now still running third and fourth, but very, very close together as Rod Burley sweeps by. He's going to have 2 more laps by the looks of things. 50 seconds. In fact, they might just get 3 out of this, which might be enough, because Martin Reynolds has got a misfire and he's slowing. Martin Reynolds has got a problem, and the Escort's gone sick on him. He's a long, long way clear of third, but this is drama in the closing stages of the races. The Martin Reynolds construction, Valvoline cannons car's got problems. The Millington engine car's gone sick. Will he nurse it back, or will he say, do you know, I'd better preserve the machinery, I'll come in. Battle for third, Claxton and Matthews very, very close together. Reynolds is going to soldier on. He may think he knows exactly what it is. Maybe it's a plug lead off or something like that, but it sounded rough. Early charges on. 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. There will be enough time for a lap and a half. So he's going to get 2 more out of this one. He's done 16 laps, and will Reynolds be able to limp home in second place? Here he goes. Doesn't sound very well, and he may get caught yet right on the last lap by the current battle for third and fourth. Reynolds' last lap was 1:03. Here comes the tussle for third place, and the Turbo Escort just hanging on ahead of the Volvo as they go on. As the leader goes on to his final lap, and that is 17 laps down for Rod Burley. He's got the best lap of the race, 50.547. In 51.3 to get pole for this race, and down at the S's, Colin Claxton hanging on. He's going to have one more lap to do. Here's Martin Reynolds, who's going to go on to his final lap now, and so last time round was a 1:03.6. This time a 1:03.3. He's very consistent despite the fact the car is ill, and here come Claxton and Matthews. Are they going to catch Martin Reynolds? Martin Reynolds is... No, he's pulled off. Martin Reynolds has pulled off at the end of the pits. He's given it up and thrown in the towel. So it's a win for Rod Burley in number 44, the Ford Escort WRC. He will see Martin Reynolds' car abandoned at the end of the pit lane. So this gives new significance to the tussle that's down at the S's between Colin Claxton in the Turbo Escort and Adrian Matthews in the Volvo C30, the Ford in a Volvo battle dress, and they're down at the hairpin. Who will emerge first? The turbo car's got that much more grunt, but it's been pretty close run thing. They're going to finish nose to tail, and it is going to be Colin Claxton in 86 who finishes second from Adrian Matthews in 1:32. That is going to be the order. So Burley, Reynolds and Claxton. Burley, Claxton and Matthews are there. Reynolds is still shown as 17 laps, but he's out of the race, so he hasn't taken that checkered flag. So it's Burley in 44, 86 Claxton, 1:32 Matthews. Looks like next up will probably be Skelsey in the BMW, number 29, Seal in the Fiesta, number 7, and then 2, which is Mike Cook in his BMW 330. So that's our first race down, the CMMC Tin Tops and Super Saloons, and they will come into the pits. The breakdown truck will have probably towed Martin Reynolds back, and we'll look at our next grid, which is the modified Ford Series.
Rod. Well, an exciting race was that, and I'm here with Rod Burley. Your smile is impeccable. How are you feeling?
Brilliant. I really enjoy racing with Martin Reynolds. He's such a good sport. But that little car of his is so quick. It's about 300 kilos lighter than mine. So he's quick out the corners, and there's not quite long enough straight. But, you know, we had a real good battle, and it was clean. To see two Fords battling at the front, brilliant.
Well, I think there was also an incident up ahead. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see much of the race, but what was that like, just moving into the lead there?
Well, Martin didn't make it easy. Fair play to him. He's got the right to move once, which is fair enough. But I just managed to get enough drive off of Gerard's to get the slingshot down the straight, because with the turbo power you're able to do it. But I wasn't running too much boost because we've had so much trouble with the car. But Joe, Barry, John and Ronnie have all mucked in today. We had the misfire in practice this morning and we weren't sure what it was all about, but really pleased that it's gone so well. We've had 18 months since we've really given the car a good run. We had a run out at Snetterton, but we had a few problems there, but this is the first proper run with it, and just so pleased. Really happy.
And of course that must rejuvenate you, especially for you with the next race you have tomorrow.
We've got another race later on today, I hope. It's been hard work. This car is never easy to prepare and run, and Joe, Barry and John and everybody who helps me really put in a lot of time and effort. And Spotter, mustn't forget him, he's done wonders with electrics this year. But it's 26 years now we've been running this car, and it's still doing the business, so fair enough. Yeah, really good.
Rod, thank you so much for talking with us. Marcus, back to you.
Super Series, one of a number for young drivers. Indebted to the team behind it for giving us a list of runners and riders. Kicked off at Snetterton, 300 circuit. At the moment, ahead of it is Jack Burgess, number 194. Chased by Thomas Merritt and Lewis Isley. Top three so far. Chased by Dara McInerney and Callie Clifford. Unfortunately, Callie had an incident this morning which has left her team battling to get the car ready for tomorrow's race. But I know that look very promising for getting it fixed today. At the moment, it's early days obviously, because we have to start putting some flying laps in. First to show was number 306. 306, which is Oliver Heron, all the way down from Strathaven. Here's Scotland, running the Jam Sport car. Took a little bit of a lottery in the early stages. 507 has gone top now, which is under 14-year-old. That's Dara McInerney from Staffordshire, so here in the Midlands. 306 Heron in second, and it's 65. Which is on Doble. Doble then from Surrey, Motorsport car, and Isaac Doble. Doble in the field. Doble 17. Mikey Doble, the BCC racer, is Chris Doble's second cousin. Isaac Doble, who's in this race. Mike Doble, cycles down in Purley. Mike Doble, a good racer in his day as well. But at the moment, he's 5 and 7. It's the way. Break. Second, in third place currently is 1. Seven, which is Archie Davis, 15-year-old from Baldock in Hartford. Bolton's entries, away solo secure. Started indoor karting at 9. And, aiming for a single-seater career for next season. To become a professional racing driver. The idea next is F4 or GB4. In 5th currently is number 27, which is Lewis Islin. 14 coming on 15. He's from Buntingford in Hertfordshire in the 2010 team. Sponsors Goodyear, Nicky Grist, event bookers, Radley James, and ESP Media. With Bambino Karting and various other karting series up to the internationals last year. Big plans in either WEC or IMSA in the States, maybe even NASCAR, but more realistically perhaps would be to drive in the BTCC. So that's Lewis Islin. Heron and McInerney are the top two, then it's Davis and Burgess. Burgess now with 3 S's at the end of his name, so that looks really strong. Merritt is next up, then it's Islin, then it's Doble, then it's 43, which makes you think of the King, Richard Petty, NASCAR King, who raced always under the number 43 and won 200 NASCAR races. But this is the car of Sutton. And looking into it, that's Daniela Sutton moving up well. Daniela Sutton in the 43 car, currently running in 8th place, ahead of 16. Is Hayden Gray, 15-year-old, another from Hertfordshire, sponsored by Fuchs Silkelin, Speedy Fasteners and Demon Tweaks. A lot of karting, and then the Fiesta Junior Championship in 2024. Now moving up into the top 6 has come number 35, which is Ian Spanswick, from Pinner in Middlesex, which of course is where 5-time Le Mans winner Derek Bell was born. He started racing at 6, he's 15 now. He's been involved in previous years in the IME Benelux Kart Championship and the Euro Kart Championship with IAMEs, and got entries to the World Finals in 2023 and 2024, so going well. Stopped out on track, we've lost Davis and Islin, but going down towards the top 10. Doble is 8th now, Daniela Sutton is in 9th, and Gray is 10th, which means that it's Heron, McInerney, Davis, Burgess, Merritt and Spanswick, Islin, Doble and Sutton. One of the cars, Islin, that was not running anymore, it actually has come back into the pit lane. Complicated pit lane here at Mallory Park. You come off the back of the S's, so it doesn't get picked up on the timing. Doble goes up into 6th place with 4.5 minutes still to go. Down the order, looking at 55, which is the car of Bobby Holmes, 15 years old, from Essex, the exclusive motor company entry. Done most of his competition at Rye House at Hoddesdon, the fabled kart circuit. And then in 12th place I see now is number 20, which is Kasper Tomolewski, 15 years old, from Glasgow. Another of the Jam Sport team cars. Ten years of karting experience. Honda Cadet Super 1 champion in 2020. Junior Rotax champion in 2023 and 2024. Hopes to finish in the top 5 in this championship. That's his plan. And then 86 is in 13th place, and 86 is Jack Sant from Washington Tyne and Weir with the Blitz MOT car. Won an O-plate competition in Dubai, so it's been racing far and wide. 3 minutes to go in the session, and we'll just see go right down to 20th on this. Those I haven't mentioned include number 69, which is Harry Lindley, 15, from South Yorkshire. Competed in the Junior Championship last year. 287 is Max Fenton, 15-year-old from Lincoln. Then we've got 555 is in 16th place. And try and pick up on that. 555 is Oscar Homerstone. Then we've got 33, which is Aaron Beattie. Number 19, which is Chris Doble. Number 66, which is not in our programme from what I can see. 66 though, hoping we can pick that one up. 66 is Hampson. And 36 is the car of Howarth. So we've got 20 cars out on track at the moment. So pick up some of the first names for you. Neil Hampson is one of them. So as we close in towards the end of this session, up to the top has come number 65, which is Isaac Doble in the Race Car Consultants Doble Motorcycles entry on 55.565. In fact, the top three have broken 56. Daniela Sutton in 43 is second quickest, and then in third place is number 16 currently, which is Hayden Gray. So it's all changed. 55 is fourth, Bobby Holmes. Then it's Kasper Tomolewski in 20, and then 287 is Max Fenton. So the clock ticks down to 0. Not everyone has taken the checkered flag. We've got 3 in the 55s. You've got another bunch, I think another 5 or 6 in the 66s, in the 56s, and still some quick times being put in. So 3 in the 55s, 7, 8, 9 in the 56s now, as some improvements going right at the end of the session. So impressive driving there for the junior BRSCC Junior Fiesta drivers, and right at the end we've got a new fastest lap, and that is 87 has gone up there. 87, that's Archie Davis. Archie Davis ahead of 306 who's gone missing, and that is Oliver Heron. And we've now got a whole bunch in the 55. Davis, Heron, McInerney, Islin, Burgess, Merritt are all in the 55s. 56s are Spanswick, Doble, that's the 65, Isaac Doble, Daniela Sutton, Gray, Holmes, Tomolewski and Fenton. Sant and Lindley are also in the 56s. 1.040 second splits the top 15 of the 20 on the qualification sheet, and behind them we've got here we go right down to Fenton and Sant and Lindley. They're just a second away from pole. Is Lindley in 15th place, and it's Homestone Beatty. The second there was Chris Doble, Hampson and Howarth, and the number 66 car, which is Neil Hampson, that qualifying time is a 56.768, 1.628 seconds away from pole.
So we're here with the modified Fords just before they go out for race one. I am here with Mike Thurley. Mike, you've already had a qualifying session here. How's the car feeling?
Car's going good, yeah. There's quite a bit of grip out on the track. I think I qualified second in my class, so pretty happy with that. So we look forward to the race. But no, the car feels good.
What about that grouped qualifying session? Of course, splitting two of the groups. Does that make it a little bit more interesting, especially on a small circuit?
Well, you've got lots of cars of different horsepower and different specifications, so I think it sticks me somewhere about 8th or 9th on the grid, but a lot of faster cars in front of me, turbo cars, bigger CC cars. So, but there's always somebody to race with, you know, within my class. Yeah, it should be good racing.
And of course, how's the last couple of rounds gone for you? Have they been well? Have there been things to improve on?
Done 2 rounds. Snetterton's my sort of home track, so I had pretty good race meeting at Snetterton. Alton Park I struggled a little bit. Had fuel pressure problem at Alton Park. Didn't finish one race, so it put me back on the grid. But overall, happy with the car, really.
What's kind of the focus going on towards that turn one? Of course, it's going to be a very fast corner, a lot of cars around you. Where is your focus at this moment in time?
Well, you've just got to get around that first corner, basically. A lot of cars together, want the same piece of tarmac, just try and keep out of trouble. You know, the cars will spread out because the faster cars will pull away, so it gives us a bit more space in the middle of the pack.
Awesome, thank you very much. Best of luck for your race.
Very much indeed. Thank you.
So with race 1 of the Ford Modifieds fastly approaching, I'm here with mini champion Tom Ovenden. Of course, you've had a brilliant start to your campaign. 2 second places. Of course, you weren't here in the second meeting, but how did that first meeting go?
Yeah, good. It was. It's always fun to get back in the car. It was the first thing I drove all winter. For us racing drivers, it seems like a very long winter. Good 6 months with no driving, so it was really good to get back out in the car around Snetterton, which was a track we hadn't done in this car before. So it was, yeah, really good fun weekend.
Let's talk a little bit about Mallory, because of course it's a circuit that you don't really get to go to often. How have you found the circuit?
Very interesting, short, very fast. Again, first time for me was qualifying that we just had. So I had to learn it fairly quickly. Quite a unique circuit, especially turn 1 goes on forever. You think the exit's coming up and then it isn't. But it's been fun to learn, and we've got all weekend to make sure we're getting the most out of it we can.
Of course, you said there's something special about this car behind us. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, it's very special to our family's hearts, really. We lost a member of our family 3 or 4 years ago, Matt, who was building the car, and we race it in his memory, basically. And I was very fortunate enough to get asked to drive it. So when I do it, it's always very special. And we do it for that reason, and it's just awesome to drive as well. So it's very special to us in that way.
And of course, looking forward to this weekend. How do you think you're going to fare? There's been some very strong results from you, so you feeling quite pumped up for it?
100%. It's looking really close. Me and Lee were half a tenth apart in qualifying, which is very close in a modified Ford race. Going to be interesting with the traffic, that's for sure. Because it's such a short lap, we're going to be on the back of the train in 3 or 4 laps. So that's going to be interesting, just making sure we're smart and getting through the traffic in the correct way. But it's going to be a good fun race all weekend.
Tom, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Dovetailed into one grid, and that grid starts with the quickest among them in the 47 second bracket. The front row is all 47s, and then we spread right out to 27 cars on this grid, and so apart from 1 or 2 kind of stragglers, we are in for some very rapid action. On pole, you're going to see number 714, which is Lee Wood, in one of the very rapid RSR escorts, and Lee Wood went round in a 47.882 seconds this morning, which is 101.49 miles an hour. 101.49 miles an hour. And in second on the grid is number 74, which is Tom Ovenden, 101.33 miles an hour in his RSR escort. So 714 and 74 are the front row. They will be heading out very shortly. And they will form up on the grid where the marshals are in attendance. The second row will be 33, which is series organiser Paul Neville with his escort, and number 87, which is Dave Matthias with his RS500 Sierra. Paul Neville was in a droop snoot escort. The third row will be 620, which is Todd Garner in a Ford Focus, and alongside him 39, which is Josh Payton in his Cortina Mark II. That's no ordinary Cortina Mark II. It's immensely rapid machine, and the sometime rally driver and drift champion Josh Payton is super rapid in this car, which I've seen previously at Castle Combe circuit down near his hometown. The next row will be 54, Tyler England with a Fiesta, and alongside 29 Mike Thurley in a Castrol liveried Escort. The next row will be 8, which is Daz Owen, a car that number is barely visible. But it is number 8, and that 8 is in the top corner of the windscreen, but you can't see it from the side. Paul Neville, second row, is that white and blue droop snoot Escort. The black, it's a Sierra Sapphire Cosworth RS500 of Dave Mathias, the black car. The Mill Street Motors Focus of Todd Garner is next up. That's in a white and blue livery. And then Josh Payton with that red and black Cortina Mark II. Stunning device that is. 54 is Tyler England in the silver Fiesta. Then it's the Castrol 29 Escort of Mike Thurley. Then it's the Burton Escort in the Mick Collard colours of Daz Owen. And then the very pale, very plain white livery number 44, which is Oliver Bullion with his Fiesta. Then we've got the kind of kingfisher coloured Escort, which is 637, which is Warren Farrismand. The Farrismands are doing 2 races each. Behind him is the Golf liveried number 5, Escort Mark I of Wayne Crabtree, who we've seen out in various cars over the years. 170 is next, Robert Lewis in the white and maroon. Is it a Focus? I think it probably is. Alongside him the car is missing, which is 333 Ian Blackley. 36 Gary Johnson. Then we have 88 Colin Claxton. I don't know that we do. We've got Farrisman and we've got 5 Crabtree. We've got Lewis, but no Blackley. Then we've got behind them we've got the white Escort, which is number 15, which is Steve Primmett. So we don't seem to have the Gary Johnson and Colin Claxton row. 134 though we do have, and that's the white Escort of Jason Stone. Yeah, Steve Primmett and Jason Stone are there. Then we have 13 Dave Barrett in silver Fiesta. 92 is Mike McKenzie in a black Fiesta. Then we've got 115, which is John Ward. 41, Matthew Brennan, the blue Escort. A French blue Escort, that is. The yellow Fiesta sits in behind the Focus. That's number 75. And then we have at the back another low line Escort, which is number 36 by the looks of things. And I'm trying to pick that one up because it's not on the grid here, I don't think, unless it's been put back down the order. 36. Actually, that's Gary Johnson who's going from the back. So 36 from the back. That's the bronze Escort. So it's interesting bag. We've lost Martin Reynolds from this race because, of course, his car had that problem in the earlier mechanical failure in the previous one. It's a rolling start, another 15-minute race, and this should be sizzling pace up front, say with 714 Lee Wood and 74 Tom Ovenden, having gone round this morning in over 100 miles an hour, which is a phenomenal effort. So the field going up towards Shaw's hairpin on this formation lap. And the safety car peels off, and we're going racing, ladies and gentlemen, for the modified Ford Series, and first of 4 races for them. And the 2 RSR Escorts are gobbled up down the inside by Paul Neville, who squeezes down, but he's cut off as he goes into Gerard's corner. Lee Wood, who was out accelerated by Tom Ovenden. Ovenden leads from Wood. Neville is in 3rd place. Then it is Matthias with the black Sierra Sapphire RS500, who screams through into 3rd place down towards the S's. We've got behind them, looks like the quick focus of Todd Garner moving up well, and still at the back is the Gary Johnson Escort, but he's trying to get his way through. But at the moment, out front, it is Tom Ovenden who leads from Lee Wood. Then it's a massive group of cars. In there also is 39, which is Josh Payton in that Mark II Escort, which I think Cortina, I think sort of YB under the bonnet, and it's going really well. But it seems to lack a little bit of straight line pace at the moment. He's just getting those tyres warm, I'm sure. He's a very rapid driver. Behind him, it's Warren Farrisman in the in that kind of petrol-y blue Escort. He can't get past Payton into the S's, and in behind them I can see it's the Castrol car, which is Mike Thurley. We've got the straggler Fiesta, who's going to get eaten up in a minute, but it's Ovenden and Wood, and their fastest lap from Wood, 48.169. That's, oh, and the car comes off, big style, and that unfortunately is the 620. The Mill Street Motors Focus got out of shape coming out of Devil's Elbow. And the driver's door is opened, and I'm very glad to say that Todd Garner has walked away. In fact, he's run away from the car. He's now just going over towards the marshals. He's just gathering his composure. It was a very big bang indeed, and the car hit the tyre wall, bucked into the air. It's knocked some of the barriers behind the Armco, and I'm afraid that there will be quite a lengthy delay while that is sorted out. While the split radiator of the crumpled Focus is still steaming. . but a very big hit, and was relieved to see the driver walk away to the marshal's post. Rear corner of the Focus is effectively missing, so whether that was cause or effect, who knows, but it was a mighty incident. The rest of the field is all being held at the Devil's Elbow. And the driver of the Fiesta at the back, who'd come into the pit lane, is now that's number 63. That is Lloyd Jemison, just walking down past the scene of the incident and looking at the barriers which have been wiped out. And there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 posts which have been tipped over. So obviously we're going to have a lengthy delay, ladies and gentlemen. Apologise for that, but you'll appreciate that safety comes first. And take a break while we await further instruction.
just leave it. They're just propping it back up. That's what it looks like. Wooden fence posts in 2025.
Have you been able to see it, or is that what we're doing? Using the fucking iron plate. Are they with the blokes? Can you zoom in further? But they're wooden posts. Yeah, I know, but look, that was straight, that's a 60. I might be up on it tomorrow. If my stuff comes tomorrow, then I'll definitely be up on it tomorrow, but I don't think it will, because it says Monday. So, yeah, well, I'll see what's happening at fucking over, because I'm supposed to. The car is
A bit of a halt here to the proceedings here at Mallory Park. We have had an incident, unfortunately, in the modified Fords, but we can confirm the driver has got out of the car, and I'm sure they are walking on their own feet. Of course, we'll give plenty of updates to the driver. We're not quite sure who it is on my ground, but if anything does come from Marcus, then I'm sure there'll be updates. As you may have seen from the footage, the car did go in the air. It has hit the barrier on the outside of the final corner, but we can confirm the driver is in fact okay, walking on his feet. Of course, medical checkups will be very much done to the driver. It's the absolutely pivotal to make sure the safety is paramount in this sport, in this moment in time for the driver, and I'm sure the friends and family. We wish them all the best in what will hopefully be not too many sore bones in the for our driver.
No, it's not even as it's like it's pushed on.
place again. Yeah.
It went quite high, yeah?
Very high. Very, very high. As high as the bridge.
Yeah.
The other way around, so you could come in round this way, round to the box away. Somebody went off down there one year and flat up all of that barrier. The whole thing fell off. There's a picture of it. There's pictures on Facebook somewhere of this guy hitting the barriers coming down, and it's sort of, as the barrier started to regain strength towards the end of the post.
Today also already?
Well,
yeah.
we've had 3 today. We've not had many off. We've had some huge accidents, isn't it? Yeah, and there's a woman down there in a very tight fitting shirt and a very tight fitting pair of trousers who's going around showing people looking very ready to pay.
Just shouting the people off their pictures.
Wear clothes, maybe the
Brain thoughts, yeah. Right, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
And I will let you know what's happening tomorrow. And I'll probably do that tomorrow.
They're looking like they're trying to fix it, but they're doing an intermittent fix, which is just sort of putting so useful.
Summertime.
They'll have somebody out there leaning against it. That's fine.
Oh, if they put the lady there, then it's okay.
Yeah, they should put that fix there.
Yeah, with the big man. Right, I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, take it easy, yeah? And yeah, don't walk back to that shop. I'll give you a look.
Yeah, I'll give you. It depends really. I mean, how much do you value your life?
Well, I walk that road, so not so much.
No, I'll give you. I'll have to shift some stuff in the back. And have to let me know where you're at. But I'll give you. So I'm going to get a weekly anyway. That's a hard drive, so I'll have to collect everything.
Yeah.
That's the trouble. I don't know whether well, I'm not too sure. The trouble is we've had 3 massive accidents today, and they might not have seen it because they know I'll be here filming.
Just tell them to get in touch with
What the trouble is, I want to get 2 cameras. You can't have some excuses, really. So I don't know what they'll say, but hopefully we won't be out of the ground. Because I am usually off my own. I don't know. Like I say, you might be a free back taxi now.
Yeah, but I'm not, the thing is, you're not going now, are you?
No, well, it might be. I'll sort it out. I'll sort it out. I've done that before. I've done that plenty of times before, thanks.
everything goes. They took it?
No, I left stuff here before, but I had to come back. But I live down the road, so it's alright. Yeah, that was a good one, yeah. I left one at Cadwell as well once, and they rang me on Tuesday. Yeah, will they? Yeah, okay, fair enough. If it's another 20 quid, don't fucking bother.
Well, I'm going to ask him on the way.
Fair enough. Tell them who you know.
this, you would pull, so it could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? No, I was wrong now. No. Which way did you, oh, you rolled back? You start walking back that way. What would have come off first? The bolt. The bolt. Right.
with the Northern Saloons coming up soon, Simon Sheridan is here with us. He's having a bit of a giggle at the moment. So I think he's had a...
People over there doing things they shouldn't be doing.
That's the friendliness of this paddock, but of course you are in the Northern Saloons. How did the morning sessions go?
Not too bad really. Held up with traffic in qualifying this morning a little bit. There's a little bit more in the car, a little bit more in me, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we get there. We keep a clean race really, and no damage. That's the main thing. No damage. Finish for tomorrow.
Of course, Mallory isn't really a circuit that is very, very known to people when it comes to the UK car scene. How is your experience? Have you had many experiences around here, or is this the first time for you?
No, I've raced here for a long time. Back in the XR2 Challenge days, done some classic touring car stuff here, and previously raced in the Plum Pudding as well on Boxing Day when I'm allowed out. So yeah, this car goes really well round here, especially in the wet. So it's brilliant in the winter for the Plum Pudding. But I like the circuit. The car's a little bit short geared for it. It runs out of legs towards the back end of the straight, but it's a fun little car. Just needs a little bit more horsepower.
Yeah, that kind of leads me on to my next question. I was going to say, what do you need to extract everything out of this car?
It has to be driven aggressively. It's a old 1600B series VTEC engine. Unless it's being thrashed completely, there's no power at all. They have very little torque. It has to be, as they say, driven like it's stolen. So, and have to be fairly smooth with it. It doesn't like being sideways for too long. It'll bog down or snap. So it's just driving fast and smoothly, and it works. It works. Just like I say, for the size of the straight here, you need a bit more horsepower. But yeah, it's good for what it is. It's a good car.
Finally, talk us through your previous meetings with this car in this championship, and lead it on to kind of toward this round at Mallory.
This car's been really good for me. I've won the championship in 2018 and 2021. We had a few more in the class then. Unfortunately, I'm the sole Class D car today, so I'm racing against faster stuff and having to play with them, and never can beat them. It's a bonus. But through the years, it's been a really good car to me. The championship's mega. This paddock, as you've just seen, we're all pretty good mates, and it worked because you're only in the car for an hour. The rest of the time you're with your mates all weekend. So it's a good paddock to be in. Really good championship.
Simon, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All the best for today.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
With the Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship fast approaching us, I'm here with Matty Cobb. Of course, you've got a brilliant car here in front of us. Tell us about it.
So basically it's a radical SR8 with a VW Beetle body on top. So quite exciting, something different. Really good, eh?
Yeah, what was kind of the inspiration to get this car, make something different?
So the owner, Geoff Wilson, used to race VW, the Boss Beetle, back in the 80s, I think it was, at the Donington GTs. So it was kind of just like a newer version of that, so to say.
And then of course you had a positive session in the morning. Tell us about that.
Yeah, really well. This circuit is unbelievable. This car around here is so good. Like, it just flows so well. So, yeah, just making, because the car hasn't been out all year, just making sure everything's all right, and yeah, make sure the tyres grip.
And of course, I'm pretty sure you had a round before this at Knock Hill. Were you there at Knock Hill?
Yeah, no, we weren't there. We've just put a new front end on it, so we're still making that, so we missed that one.
And then finally, of course, you're here at Mallory. You're looking forward to it. How do you think you're going to go in the first race?
Time will tell.
Matt, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. All the best for your race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No worries. down here in the paddock here, just before the Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship, and I'm here with, who are we with?
It's Damien Mackay.
Damien, of course, you're in your lovely Caterham. How are you feeling towards the race?
Yeah, really looking forward to it, and I must say I'm glad the guy that had the crash is okay. I heard he walked to the medical centre, and what a fantastic job they've done with the barriers there, because I thought maybe the racing was over for today, but what a great job they've done, so fair play to those guys doing that.
Of course, how much are you looking forward to your race? Because you're in quite a low position. I've never been in a race car, and I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
Yeah, the good thing is the lights are up on the bridge there, so should be able to see them, hopefully try and get a good start and see what I can do in the race. But yeah, we've got some fast cars ahead of us, and and some fast cars behind as well, so should be an interesting race, should be good.
Do you have a plan maybe down towards turn number 1, or is it just...
Send it.
Send it, I love that. I absolutely love that. Right, thank you so much.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, mate, that is going to be a great start. So be careful at number 18, because that may either get into a little bit of trouble or find itself leading somehow. Let's have a look down the rest of the grid. There was Matty Cobb over there. We have Bill Addison as well. I think Dan Kell is also there as well. So Dan, can we maybe have a quick talk with you before we maybe go to the grid? How are you feeling, of course? Looking like you're going to be lining up third here. How's the confidence going in towards this?
Fairly confident. We've got a new engine rebuild for this weekend, new gearbox, so just getting used to that. I've not driven it before quali. So yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty happy to be up here. I didn't really expect to beat Alex in the golf. I think I had about 3/10 on him in quali, so just hopefully try and get away and just manage it and just try and get P1 in class. Hopefully, that's the aim.
Of course, how have you gone in previous rounds? Is that if you have gone in previous rounds?
So this is my first round this year, but last year I managed to P1 in class in the championship and P3 overall. So I think I can do the rest of the season now. So try and repeat that or go a couple of better, hopefully. But we'll see.
Amazing. That's always positive news. And how is it driving Mallory? Of course, it's not very well known in the maybe outside of the UK circuit scene, but how's it been driving this car around?
It's quite a fun track actually. Like on the track map, it looks very simple, but you've got turn 1, which is your 5th gear, probably 100 mile an hour, and then down to 4th gear, and then the hairpin's actually really tough because the braking zone's really bumpy, and obviously there's not much runoff at the end, so you're kind of a bit cautious. But yeah, it's a great track. I actually like it. I've only ever done it twice before on Boxing Day with the Plum Pudding. This is my first time actually doing it in bright sun. It's normally foggy and rainy.
Amazing, Dan. Good luck.
Cheers.
Get to your car, just so we're not holding you up. But we do also have Bill Addison, who seems to be in very much concentration mode. Let's see if Matty Cobb how he's feeling, because the wings are very much up, the doors are very much up here. Matty, how's it going, buddy?
Not too bad, yourself?
Yeah, we're not too bad. How is it looking from pole position?
Hot.
It must be very, very warm in the car, but of course we do have the sun, which we didn't see this morning.
Yeah. No, that'll make the track a lot grippier, which is better for me.
Of course, you're going to be looking potentially in your left mirror to see if Bill Anderson will get past you. Is your focus down toward that apex or turn 1?
Yeah, Bill's very fast off the start, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Matt, it's been a pleasure. Just before we can hopefully go to the grid, we're just having a listen to potentially some of the announcement. I think that is time for us to get off the grid.
Two litre. 4th row is 1, which is Stephen Rees with the Lotus Elise S2, and number 65, which is Ian Towers with the MK Striker 999cc, so again a motorbike engine car. Then it's 85, Clive Cooksey with the Ford Fiesta 2-litre turbo, and 87, the second of the Kells, Stephen Kell, Ford Sierra Sapphire 4x4, 2-litre one this. Then we've got 81, Michael Boak with the VW Golf 1800 Turbo. 7 is Alan McPherson with the MK Indy RR, another bike engine 7 type car. The 7th row 101, Stuart Middleton with a Honda Civic Type R, and number 39, Simon Sheridan with a Honda Civic, and they are just 83 thousandths of a second apart in the 54s. 312, David Todd with the Subaru Impreza WRX STI 1998 Turbo, and 20, Stevie McNabb with the Honda Civic Type R, another 2-litre cars. These, I think they're EP3s with a K20 motor in them. And we've got 55, Tom Bowes with the Porsche Boxster, 113, Luke Williamson with the VW Golf GTI, 11 is Madeleine Hubel with her Peugeot 208 GTI, 47, Stephen Craggs with the Mazda MX-5, 744 is Alan Laidler with a BMW Mini, as opposed to Alan Lader, who was a Ford Atlantic racer back in North America back in the day, and 53, Stephen Reed with his Mazda MX-5. So a good field of cars, and final preparations being made just down to my left before we get underway. So I'll come back to you in about 5 minutes. So the cars are now coming out onto track then for race 3 of our programme. That's the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship at this Classic and Modern Motor Club Motorsport Festival. And what a great mix we have. Round 3 and 4 of the championship. Up front then, Matty Cobb with the fabulous VW Beetle, the Radical SR8 based car, and Bill Addison. They are the A qualifiers. In Class B, we've got high-tech Racing's engineer Dan Kell with his Ford Sierra 4x4 Cosworth, and Alex Prentice. Class E is led by Damien McCabe with the Westfield. Class C by Stephen Rees with Lotus Elise. Class D by Simon Sheridan. His Honda, I think he may be the only starter in that one. And then we've got M starter of Stephen Craggs, and B starter. And there's another one who's in one of the early classes. So there we go. It's a good mix, and it's quite remarkable. Beetle, in inverted commas, sits on pole position in its bright blue livery. Matty Cobb at the wheel. Geoff Wilson, who built the car, of course competed in the British Saloon Car Championship as it was back then, with the Vauxhall Belmont at one point, and great to see his ingenuity. Built a fine jade-based Lotus Elise in the interim. Geordie Geoff, as you know, is just an enormous enthusiast. Worked on cars, mechanics on cars back in the day. Was involved with looking after cars for Doug Niven in the Purdale days, and still as enthusiastic as ever. The Caterhams speak for themselves. Evolved from the Colin Chapman Lotus 7. Caterham celebrated its 50th anniversary fairly recently of building these cars. The Kell Sierra Cosy with its four-wheel drive system will be very rapid out of the blocks, you can be sure of that. That's Dan Kell in 89. And then we've got 78, the red VW Golf GTI of Alan Prentice alongside. Black 18 car is Damien McKay's Westfield. Then the Works liveried Peugeot of Scott Hubel. And it's a standing start, and away they go. A terrific start by the Caterham, very light out of the blocks, but Matty Cobb barreling down the inside, just heading him off into the corner. The Golf from the outside of the second row, 78, Alan Prentice, went really, really well out of the blocks, and that's Scott Hubel up into fourth place with the Peugeot, with Dan Kell going after them. There's a bit of a tussle, four-car tussle for second place. Kell gets back past Hubel under braking for the S's. Then there's a gap back to the next to the little cycle-winged 7 type cars, and we'll pick that one up when it's back with us. But in the meantime, they go down to the hairpin for the first time. There's 3 abreast coming out of the hairpin in the chase, but it's Matty Cobb in the Beetle who leads the way. Here he comes. In second place, it's Addison in the 7. Then it's Prentice in the Golf, followed by Kell and Hubel. And behind them, it's McKay with the Westfield. But going after him is the 65 car, which is the blue 7 type car of Ian Towers. That's an MK Striker. Down the back straight, we go the Steb straight, and again Kell very strong on the brakes, goes past Prentice, gets that third place away. It's a heavy car by comparison, the Sierra Sapphire Cosy 4x4, but the leaders are pretty much back with us, and here comes Cobb to complete his first second. Then this battle between Kell and Hubel and Prentice. Not far behind is Mackay, and behind them it is Towers. The second of the Kells, that's Steve Kell, that's Papa Kell. He's chasing, and he's locking wheels left, right and centre as he goes down into Gerrard's. Round the long right-hander they go. First flying lap in is a 49.648 for Matty Cobb. His pole time was 48.229, and those tyres won't be quite up to speed perhaps quite yet. They will this time round, I would think, and his lead currently is about 3 seconds over the rest, and it's growing all the while because he's just gone round in a 49.304, and that lead has grown to 5.3 seconds. Kell is third, Hubel fourth, Prentice fifth, Mackay sixth and Towers behind him. Then it's the second of the Kell, Stephen Kell. McNabb and Rees and Sheridan and Middleton complete the top 12. It's a little bit separated up front, but there's still a battle for third with Dan Kell and Scott Hubel going after him. Will Cobb get down into the 48s again? Here he comes. Charges through. Not quite as quick, just a tenth away from his previous best. Side by side of the Devil's Elbow come Kell and Hubel. And then Prentice, and that's very much a Q car, that red Golf. Behind 87, which is the second of the Kells, is McNabb in the Honda Civic. And then number one, which is Stephen Rees driving his Lotus Elise. Good battling among the Saloons. There's 11 comes through down the order, and that is Madeline Hubel. 49.7 that time for Matty Cobb. It's comfortably ahead. And Kell and Hubel again side by side off the Devil's Elbow, and Prentice is going with them in that Golf, which is deceptively quick. And that's the number 78 Golf, 51.6 that last time round, and that was 4 tenths quicker than Hubel, who did a 52 flat. A 52 flat also for Kell. So Prentice closing in on the cars ahead of him. 113 is a late model Golf. That's Luke Williamson. Cobb goes through again, but he's slackened off into the 50s. There's traffic now for Matty Cobb, and Bill Addison goes through second. Up to third has come Hubel, fourth is Kell, fifth still chasing after them is Alan Prentice, and behind them is class leader number 18, which is Damien Mackay, with the first of those bike engined cars, and that is the Westfield FW. It's 1 litre engines, bike engines in those. Good tussle, 39.101 and the rest. 39 is Simon Sheridan, 101 is Stuart Middleton, and behind them is 312, which is David Todd. He's driving the Subaru Impreza. 7 laps down for Cobb. Even in traffic he's consistent at 50 flat. And here comes Scott Hubel with his car, which is a look-alike of the World Rally cars of their day. 205 Turbo 16. You see the body kits on quite the occasion on road cars. We've got a smoky Elise, and that is number 1, which is Stephen Rees. Now I wonder whether that's engine related or whether it's maybe just a bodywork just touching the tyres over the advert. Scott Hooble is going to catch up in a second. So we'll have an eclipse of Hoobles. It's an economical way to go racing in the MX-5 Mazda. Again, lots of smoke from that Elise as the number 20 goes past. That is Stevie McNabb, and close here we've got one of the bike engine cars can barely be seen in the mirrors of the three saloons, and one of them indeed locks up. That was the white car. There were four together going into Gerrard's, and trying to pick up which car that was. That's one of the Honda EP3s by the looks of things, which I think was 101 Stuart Middleton. Yes, it was. Few still threading their way through constant traffic. And you can see the Stephen Rees car, that yellow Elise, has got a battered front splitter, which is dragging in the road. And I think that may be part of the reason why we're seeing some grey smoke off it through the Devil's Oval. It may be just be a trip over the curb has caused that somewhere on this 1.35 mile circuit at Mallory Park. It's quick, the Golf apprentice in 5th place. Here comes our race leader then, Matty Cobb, to complete 11 laps. There are still 3¼ minutes-ish to go in this race. He's going to get 4 more laps in by the looks of things. It's going to be 15 laps by the clock, I think. Second place, Addison. Third is Hooble. Fourth and fifth, Dan Kell and Alan Prentice getting closer together again. Kell that time in the Sierra 51.8, a personal best 50.906 for Prentice, which is nearly a second under his queue time, which is hugely impressive. Addison did a 49.9 last time round, which is not as quick as he went this morning, but it's still impressive. And there's Matty Cobb there charging on. The Elise is slowing. That's Stephen Rees in number 1, and he can probably hear that, or doubtless hear that nose splitter chattering on the ground as he goes over the cambers at the Devil's Elbow. Callum Prentice having a really good tussle, and Prentice ducks out of the slipstream, comes back into it down into Gerrard's corner. The 4x4 Sierra Sapphire Cosworth and the front wheel drive Golf slugging it out for 4th and 5th places in this race. And I can see that actually coming back at Mackay is Towers, because Mackay did a 56 in traffic, Towers a 53.8, so that gap is closing down. That's the class leading battle, Class E, between 18 Mackay and 65 Ian Towers. That's getting closer. Meanwhile, the lead gap is out to nearly 15 seconds, and the gap between the cars running 4th and 5th, 89 and 78 there, is down to 0.3 of a second. Both did a 51.7 that time through. Personal best for Scott Hooble that time, a 50.661. He'll be very pleased with that, because he did a 52.5 in quali. Now the leaders slicing through the Class E battlers. So Matty Cobb goes on into the final minute of this race. He's covered 14 laps of the circuit. 312 is Todd in the Scooby. And there is Scott Hubel, who's really piled the coals on in this race. Another low 51 for him. And still unresolved is that tussle between Dan Kell, the high-tech race engineer in number 89, the Ford Sierra 4x4, and Alan Prentice in 78, which is the VW Golf GTI Turbo. So as the clock ticks down, we're down to the last 10 seconds. Are we going to get the checkered flag this time through? We're not quite, because there were a couple of seconds still on the clock as Matty Cobb scorched through to complete 15 laps. So I'll be tempted to put the flag out just a couple of seconds early. He's gone on to do one more. Gap back to Addison has now grown to 17 seconds, and there Prentice in the Golf is quite close. He's actually right on the back bumper of Kell going down into Gerrard's Corner. They go around together. The front wheel drive Golf, lighter car than the Ford, is sticking in there, and there's a couple of slower cars to catch, and here comes Cobb, goes through. It's done. I think that is must be it. I think it was 15 minutes plus a lap this race, and I think the clock had ticked right down. Didn't see a checkered flag go out, I have to say. So, well, you race till you see the checkered flag, but the clock had stopped ticking, ladies and gentlemen, and the chasers go through. And what can Prentice do? As Kell has to go the long way round, I think that's Middleton in the Honda, and that allows Prentice to get back on the power pretty early, and they're going to find traffic down towards the S's. And the last lap board has gone out two laps after the clock's run out of time. So it's 17 laps down, going at 18, and Prentice has got bogged down in traffic at the S's, so that might have ended his opportunity to dislodge the Kell car. There goes the second place, third place through. Here comes Dan Kell, Alan Prentice, who's making ground again in that amazing Golf. It's a real quick car, that leader back in the 49s. 49.145 was his best lap. And the checker flag comes out for Matty Cobb, who coasts over the line. In actual fact, at the end, he's probably out of fuel. It's a comparatively long race. It was 18 laps, and fine effort from Matty Cobb. 49.145 was his best lap. Second is Bill Addison. Third, not far behind, is Scott Hubel in the Peugeot. And then fourth and fifth, as there are more place changes all the way up to the line. Fourth is Dan Kell in 89, the Sierra. Fifth is 78, which is Prentice in the Golf. And in sixth place, it's McKay, who's a lap down in the Westfield 1 litre car, the FW, ahead of Towers by a second at the end, with McNabb next up, winner of his class in the Honda Civic Type R. Stephen Kell in the 87 Sierra was ninth, and in 10th place with the battered splitter, a bit of smoke coming out of that Lotus Elise S2, Stephen Rees in number 1. So a really super bout for the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and 15 minutes plus a lap each. They're back in action tomorrow, somewhere around mid-afternoon, and that was an exciting race, and it's interesting to see a really well driven bespoke race car dressed up as a GT. That VW Beetle, surely one of the most dramatic cars we've seen here at Mallory Park for a long time. Of course, the original Beetle Chevrolet that was built by Mick Hill using Formula 5000 bits, the Derby racer. That car lives on up in Bolton with former Chevron fabricator Davy Taylor, and we don't see it race really, but we see it demoed from time to time, and that's a really monstrous tool with a 5-litre Chevy in it. But this really nimble radical chassis with the VW Beetle-esque top on it is kind of a modern take on that, and Geoff Wilson involved in
Matty, you've made a habit of finding the microphone, but alas, you have won the race. What an amazing result for you.
Yeah, oh, couldn't ask for anything better. The sun's shining, which makes it even better.
How's the car out there? No problems, or was there any teething issues? Anything you need to fix, or?
Just a couple of the bumps were scraping along the front splitter, so I'm gonna might have to lift the car during the night, and hopefully that'll fix that.
Of course, hopefully no damage done to that car, but of course there is going to be another race for you tomorrow. Feeling confident in that one?
Yeah, fairly, as long as the car holds up and I hold up.
Matty, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much. We'll probably also now move on to Bill Addison, who's having a bit of a chat there with Stephen Rees. Bill,
hello.
Absolute pleasure. What an amazing achievement there. Second place for you. The car looked quick.
Yeah, the car's quick. Just the driver's getting a bit slower. I haven't been in the car for 6 months probably, so it's first time in it. So straight into qualifying this morning after not being in it for a while. So it's really taking it out my arms and out my hands. It takes some hanging on to.
Of course, it's a very physical car to drive. Of course, this Caterham is a very great car for you. But how has it been? This entire race?
Yeah, the race was good. I mean, it was a little bit on my own, so it's only dealing with the back markers that's really hard. You just got to be so careful because they could soon not see you and turn into you. So it's interesting.
Of course, the second race for you tomorrow, is there a potential of maybe another podium for you, or is that maybe going one step further?
Oh, we'll try our best anyway, won't we?
Bill, it's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very
Amazing.
much.
Take care. Let's have a look and see if we can maybe find anyone else. A lot of drivers having a chat amongst each other. We got, of course, Stephen Rees with his Lotus Elise. I think he's gone up to find one of his other mates. But a couple of our drivers. Oh, we've got something going on here. That's not ideal. A couple of spillages. Alas, I do believe I have found Stephen. Stephen, if we can get a word. Stephen, of course, a really good result for you.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after that one?
Good. Yeah, it was a good race, good track, and great battle. Yeah, happy with second in class, I think it was. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get a race tomorrow.
Of course, are you feeling confident? Potentially, you feel like you've learned something from that?
Yeah, Mallory's a good track. Challenging, and it's just there's no like corners to rest. It's just great to race on.
Plenty of traffic throughout that race. How was it for you? Was it very tricky to get through them?
I think if you'd start deciding what to do, then that's when you're going to have a problem. So you just have to hope that they're going to leave the gap, and luckily they did for us. So got a bit of damage, but we'll try and fix that.
Easily fixable, right?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Right, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome race from everyone here at the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Of course, we do have another race afterwards. Stay tuned for that. aren't we? Closes. Okay. Down in the assembly area here at Mallory Park, of course, we do have our Northern Saloons up next, and there Rob Burley's over there, of course, the winner of the final race. But we're here. Let's walk over to Colin Claxton, because of course he is in his lovely little car. Colin, can we have a bit of a word?
Yep.
How are you looking so far?
Pretty good today. Everything's going well.
And of course, have you driven Mallory previously?
Many years ago.
Many years ago. Is it still with you? Is the rhythm still there in your body?
Of course it is. Always here. It's a lovely little circuit.
And of course, what about this car? It's an absolutely brilliant car with your Castrol livery.
Yeah, I'm sponsored by Castrol. It's got a turbo engine in it, but Rob's a very quick car, so see what I can do.
Potential podium, would you say?
I'd like to think so, but second will be good. See how we go.
Thank you very much, Colin. Clacton, absolutely very much on it. We'll see how his race pans out. We've got a couple of cars over here. There is a Mazda RX-8 over there, I believe. Let's see if we can have a chat there. But no, unfortunately the door has firmly shut on that one. We do have a door slightly ajar, or we might be able to get a chat in here. Thank you very much, kind gentleman, opening the door. Hello. Can we get a quick name for the camera, please?
Yes, Andy Williams.
And of course, how are you feeling at this moment in time? Of course, a very, very tense start before the opening race.
It was, yeah. It's warmed up a bit this afternoon, but yeah, looking forward to it. First time in the car, so yeah, looking good.
Yeah, so no problems going on, no issues.
Nothing at the moment. Everything's going well.
And of course, where are you kind of hoping to be maybe after the first lap, because it's going to get quite chaotic down towards the first corner?
Yeah, I'm not looking to do anything out of the ordinary into the first corner. I think I'll just sit back and see what goes on.
Of course, tell us about your car, because it's of course very different. It's a Mazda RX-8, if my memory is correct.
It is an RX-8. It's not actually my car, it belongs to a friend of mine, and I've borrowed it for the weekend.
Absolutely brilliant. I think we're about to go, so we'll just wrap it up there, and we head now towards the Bristol. A couple of duties there being done for me. They all now leave the grid. They have their first race, but they head out now. Really excited to see the whole different variety of cars. We've got a 4KA even, two of them in fact, who have just gone past us, an Audi TT, and right at the back a Volvo as well, a C30 I believe as well. But yeah, a little bit active in the assembly area. It's never a dull moment down here at all, but they'll have their race very, very soon. Stay tuned here on CMMS YouTube channel.
Well, next on track, we have the cars coming out for qualifying, I think, we do have a qualifying coming out for the final detail ST150 challenge. Certainly seen loads of Fiestas going out, but this is in fact the grid for race 4 in fact we're going to see now, so I need to go back and find that. Among the sheaf of paperwork I have. Race 4 grid, yes, here we go, I've got that one, which is cool. And yeah, what it gives us, it's based on the previous grid, and that was just sees Rod Burley back on pole in 44, the Escort WRC, and alongside him is 86 Colin Claxton with his Escort Mark 1 Turbo. The second row is Rick Skelsey with his BMW Compact, and 7 Ian Seal with his Ford Fiesta. The third row is 88 Andrew Williams with the Mazda RX-8 Rotary, and alongside number 2, which is Mike Cook in his BMW 330. Then it is 99 Russell Haggerty with the Ford Ka. Then 53 Verity Banks with Renault Clio. Then we have Martin Reynolds with the 27, and Paul Endicott in the 858. So Martin Reynolds had a problem with that Escort, and it is on the grid. Endicott is there with the 858 car. Lee Clear is there with the Audi that had problems before, and starting at the back is Adrian Matthews with the Volvo, which has got Ford Focus, I think, underpinnings, engine, etc. So this race is a 15-minute race, and as they go out, the Fiestas hove into stage for their qualification session, the ST150s. So we will see whether Martin Reynolds from down the grid can charge through. I'm sure he can. I have to say I don't see him catching Rod Burley, but so he's been working hard in the paddock to try to get the Escort going, and he's got it going, so that's really good news. See how far, watch that 27, the yellow and white Escort. He gets a squeeze between Haggerty and Verity Banks going off the line, but Martin Reynolds is up into 6th place by Gerrards. Watch the 27 go then. The yellow and white MRC Construction Valvoline Escort is charging its way up the Steb Straight. That's another couple of places picked up going into the S's. And Martin Reynolds is 4th on arrival at the S's from way down the grid. He was scheduled to start from row 6. It was a slightly confusing lineup down there, probably because one or two of them took fright with a very rapid Escort behind. We've got the two cars having a tussle. That's Endicott and Haggerty. And as they come through at the end of the first lap, it's Burley who leads from Colin Claxton, and in 3rd place is Martin Reynolds. Remarkable first lap from the Norfolk man. In 4th place it is Skelsey, then it is Seal, in 6th place it is Cook, and in 7th place Matthews from Williams from Clear with the Audi TT Turbo. Banks, Haggerty and Endicott are tussling. It's Banks from Endicott in the black car and Haggerty in the orange one. So as they head up towards the hairpin, we'll get a proper second lap. Martin Reynolds is up into second place, and that won't have escaped Rod Burley's notice. He'll have been looking in his mirrors for the arrival of a car with a V on its bonnet, and it's the very determined Martin Reynolds who proved very difficult to pass for the first 13 laps of the earlier race. And Martin is stretching out from Colin Claxton and making a good fist of closing in on prolific race winner Rod Burley. Rod Burley 51.7 last time, but Martin Reynolds the fastest lap of the race at 51.695. There's not much in it. The two car is chasing around at the back, and the gap between the late model Escort Cosworth and the Mark II of Reynolds is 2.7 seconds. 51.328 is a new fastest lap. That was 0.3 quicker than the race leader. Coming through also well is Adrian Matthews in the 132, the Volvo. So that's interesting to see. The best lap was Rod Burley's at a 50.547, Martin Reynolds at a 50.598. Yeah, Reynolds is very tight down through Devil's Elbow. They've gone past the two cars, which are side by side at 99. Russell Haggerty gets ahead of Paul Endicott in 8.58. Claxton's Escort Turbo, I'm afraid, is slowing. Still third, but it's lost out to Rick Skelsey's BMW. That is number 29. That's the 325 Ti Compact, and 132 Adrian Matthews. So it's proving to be a bit of a struggle for Colin Claxton. He's destined for the pits, I'm sure, because being overtaken repeatedly now by cars lower down the order. Reynolds both in the 51s again, and Claxton was over a minute last time round, but so he's coming into the pits. I can see the Escort RSR coming in. So up into third place from the back of the grid has come Adrian Matthews with the Volvo, and the Audi of Lee Clears coming through the middle now, and is about to take another place by the looks of things down at Gerrard's, where they're two abreast around there. Two cars side by side round Gerrard's, onto the back straight they come. And he's caught the BMW 330, which is the car of Mike Cook, number 2. Got Martin Reynolds using a little bit of grass coming down through the Devil's Elbow. It's quite adventurous as he chases Rod Burley, but he doesn't have to push too hard. He's now 4.9 seconds ahead. Matthews third in the 132 Volvo. Fourth is Skelsey in the 29 BMW. Then it's clear in the 134 Audi TT. Seal is next on the Fiesta, I think it is, ahead of Cook in the BMW 330. Williams in the Mazda RX-8 with its rotary engine. There goes Rod Burley. Martin Reynolds only a couple of tenths slower than Burley, but the gap's now over 5 seconds. And then Matthews has done his best lap of the race, a 54.480 for Adrian Matthews. He got disqualified from the first race, unfortunately, for flag signal infringement. So That's why he had to start from the back. The Audi's playing up again. It's now not running all its cylinders, which is a little disappointing. Burley through again. Tussle at the back between the two forward cars. We've got Endicott back ahead of Haggerty. And their laps, best laps, are a 109.6 and a 109.4 respectively. So the race continues, and with 6.5 minutes to go, we move on. What's the best tussle? Well, it's a good tussle between Clear and Seal, but the Audi's been overtaken now by the Fiesta. There's only a second between Cook in the BMW in number 2 and 88 Williams in the Mazda. Clear's dropped back behind them, and the two cars have just done their best laps, a 108.501 for Endicott and a 108.793 for Haggerty. They're trying harder and harder and harder, and got the wing hanging off the orange car of Haggerty. The front right wing looks like it was at a jaunty angle. And the Audi's on 3 cylinders by the sounds of things. Burley leads by 6 seconds from Reynolds. 5 minutes to go. So 44 from 27, which started from the back of the grid. Third place is Matthews in 12. So 132. Fourth is 29, which is Skelsey in the BMW Compact. Fifth is Ian Seal in the Fiesta ST150. Been lapped by Burley this time. Burley's in the 53s. Chaser, Reynolds in the 54s. The gap is 6.5 seconds between them. It's just it's not really a wing that's hanging off the Endicott car. Just it's a wheel arch extension by the looks of things. Kotflügelbausatz, as they would say in Germany, and that's hanging off. It's not impeding the car, it's in no danger of coming off completely. Comes our race leader, number 44, Rod Burley. Through he goes. Hundreds of wins on his CV over a 50-plus year career. going to keep the fastest lap of the race. It looks like at the moment he probably will. Yeah, it's just come unbuttoned, a bit like orange peel, the wing extension on that orange car. Matthews in the Volvo, his best lap is a 53.8. He's just done a longer 53.8. Bit of turbo chirrup from Rod Burley. Reynolds a second faster on that lap, but it's too little too late. He's nearly 8 seconds adrift, 7.9, and chasing strongly, but Martin Reynolds never gives up. He knows that you race until you see that checkered flag, and thoroughly enjoying himself from the back of the grid. Probably is where he would have been had he started on the front. For Burley in the lead in 44, 52 for Reynolds in 27. Rick Skelsey set his best lap of the race last time through in the BMW 325 Ti Compact number 29, a 55.706. He's just improved that. I know it's Matthews to his best 53.426, which is pretty good going in that Ford-powered Volvo. Leader goes through, and there's 58 seconds on the clock. He may actually get one more lap at the end of this, but he'll probably be very happy to see the checkered flag. The gap is down to 5 seconds between first and second, but there is absolutely no danger unless something calamitous happens or the Escort WRC runs out of fuel, which it won't. Nothing is going to preclude Rod Burley from landing another race win. There were 2 seconds on the clock when Rod Burley came through, so there is one more lap, and the checkered flag sign actually goes out to Martin Reynolds on the 15 minutes on the timing system, but the checkered flag is now being prepared, the actual one being prepared for Rod Burley. In fact, Rod Burley's time just come up as a checkered flag as well, but the actual one is going out to the next time round. It showed the gap at the notional flag when the clock ran down to 0. It was 4.351 seconds. It'll probably be less than that. Martin Reynolds has fastest lap of the race, and there is the checkered flag then for Rod Burley with a big wastegate chirrup as he goes through, and will be declared at 17 laps, in which case the order is 44 Rod Burley as before, second number 27 Martin Reynolds, who broke in the first race. Now it has gone up to 18 laps. The gap was 3.837 at the end. In third place is going to be Adrian Matthews in the 132 Volvo, who's coming out of Devil's Elbow now. He's done 18 laps as well. 17 laps of Rick Skelsey in 29, the BMW Compact. Same number of laps to the 88 Andrew Williams Mazda. in 5th place, and in 6th place, number 2, is the BMW 330 of Mike Cook. 7th is number 7, Ian Seal with a Fiesta ST150. 8th is number 134, which is the Leclerc Audi TT. 9th is number 53, Verity Banks in the Renault Clio. In 10th is 99, which is Russell Haggerty in the Ford car. And 11th is 858, Paul Endicott in the other Ford car.
And with that, our northern saloons have finished, and pardon me.
Classic and modern.
Classic and modern. Yeah. Sorry, I'm confusing them. But Rod, 2 races, 2 wins, twice the car has survived. Unbelievable. How are you feeling?
Really chuffed. We've had so much problems with it, and I hate to say this, but I think Martin's had my problems transfer onto him. We had the misfire in practice, and now he's got it. But I was waiting for him because I thought he's going to come through, but then he said he got another misfire. But wasn't that first race good? That was brilliant. Yeah.
Absolutely classic battle between you two. It's really nice to see. How have you been feeling behind the wheel, with especially with him in your rear view mirror as well? Maybe not quite in the second, but in the first.
Yeah. Perfectly safe. I always feel happy racing with Martin. Very good driver, very clean. You're allowed to move once. I got no problem with that, and he knew what I had to do. And no, it's good. He doesn't make it easy. It was a proper good race. That's what people want to see. And it was just a shame he got a misfire. And we wanted to have a good race, didn't we? The spirit was there because we help one another. Martin's helped me this morning. Our guys have helped him this afternoon. That's what club racing's all about.
And of course, looking into future rounds, of course, you're heading off to Anglesey, I believe. Is that correct? Nope.
Lyddon
next.
Yeah.
My notes are all upstairs, so I have nothing to go off at the minute.
No, this is as far north as we come. We get a nosebleed after this. We've got Lyddon and then Brands, which will be good. Silverstone and then back to Brands again. And this man goes really well at Lyddon. He won there last year, so we'll probably have a good tussle down there. And at Brands, that's my home circuit. He goes well at Snetterton. He slaughtered me at Snetterton, but that's fair play. But that's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what's all about.
Absolutely. We'll move on to Martin. Thank you, Rod. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. But yeah, Martin, a handshake as well. How are you feeling after that one?
Good, yeah. It really was good fun. The first race I was really enjoying. Like Rod said, we had a really good battle. It's a shame that I had a problem, and obviously it stopped me in the first race. And on the second race, unfortunately, it come back towards the end again.
Of course, you're going to have to try and get those fixed as well. So is that going to be the plan over the course of the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, get it fixed. I'm sure it'll be something simple. It always is. But it just keeps cutting out after 7,000 revs. So all the while sort of stretching yourself and short-changing.
Of course, you'll definitely feel refreshed for when you go into Lyddon as well. Is that the plan, to try and beat your old mate?
Yeah, no, we have good fun at Lyddon, and I do like Lyddon. I've been going well there over the last couple of years, so I always like to go down there and I support Rod as much as I can.
It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you. All the best as well.
Yeah, well done.
Adrian as well, the winner of our tin tops as well. A brilliant result for you.
Yeah, it was
I've had so much trouble with the car this year. It was just so not, all I really wanted out today was to finish all the races, but to be the car to be as fast as it actually is and to win was great. I mean, made a bit of a boo-boo in the first race. I didn't see the black flag, so I got disqualified for being too noisy. But second I just short shifted on that one and still managed to get to the front even doing that.
So many people have been having, so many drivers have been having problems, and it must have been so relieving to know that you've kind of found a fast car this weekend. How positive has that been for you?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, literally on Tuesday, I thought I couldn't start the car. I wouldn't start. And on Tuesday, I just tried something I hadn't tried before, and it fired up, and it's run perfectly ever since. I've still got no idea what was wrong with it, and neither's the guy who tunes it. But it's running. That's the fastest I've ever been around here. I did a 52.6, and the fastest I've ever been before is 53.4. So
you got a magic genie going on.
No, I'm just really looking forward to the rest of the season. Now, if it stays like that, it's going to be a good rest of the season.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Go and celebrate with your friends and family. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. And of course, our classics will be absolutely amazing. You know, all these different kinds of variants of cars. They've been superb to look at. The BMWs, the Fords, the Renault Clio over there as well. But of course, we do have our Fiestas, ST150s to get used to as well. So I'm sure we'll be passing those up to them. But as well, there is Martin's car. Very much those two are going to be hotly contested when they go into a battle next time they're out at the track in Kent in Liddon Hill. And of course they'll stay in Kent for Brands Hatch. Of course that is us, and now back to our Fiesta ST150 challenge. The ST150 are just about to finish up their qualifying session, but that will be the end of Saturday's coverage here at Mallory Park. Thank you so much for tuning in. But catch us on Sunday on CMMCS YouTube channel. And of course, we'll have plenty of races all for you tomorrow. It will be racing galore with all of our championships involved, and we'll see you tomorrow.